in Kingston, Jamaica. I know that we have a number of live streams also on the ground, including the JAAA Sport. We welcome you. And for those of you online, we look forward to engaging with you throughout the meeting. Thank you so much for being here. Of course, track and field excellence continues, as always, right here in Kingston, Jamaica. My name is Javon Keys. I'm one of the voices you'll hear throughout the afternoon, and we cannot wait to see the exciting action taking place on the track and in the field.
That sounds like a thing.
Celebrating 25 years. Digicel, powered by you, connected by us.
the big one. Come on. Talk to the one. 1 second.
Yes, I do.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome to the first J3's PUMA Ultimate Meet 2026. Our first event on track will be the 5,000 meters. Also taking place will be the discus throw for women's 20 plus. That's
ICWI paid out 99% of claims in 2024. We don't play games, we pay claims.
for today's meet. And all the stats from the respective events live at Fortis Timing. That's live.fortis timing on any one of your browsers online, and to access it is free, FREE. So you can go ahead and see the lane assignments as well as the results from each of those events. And of course, we welcome those of you online joining us at JAAA Sports, as well as Track Alerts and all other media houses. I know the Media Sports is also here. And we say thank you so very much for being here to spread the track and field excellence all over the world. But of course, the meet will not be possible without you, our participants, our athletes. We are so happy to have a number of schools and institutions present today. And we look forward to seeing you all doing your very best on the track and in the field.
Check, check.
Is that Mario? You good?
Mario, stay there.
Could you call that great service center over to the starter?
So we need to ask for escort network to keep athletes register. Please make your way to the side area for your event.
Announcer to the call room first. Announcer to the call room first.
Thanks for that clarity. I was repeating what I was saying. Thank you.
Just to clarify, that the whole room is present on the ground, so I invite you to make your way to the whole room, which is now open for your event. It has been for some time, so I invite an escort Bedford to Titchfield, kindly make your way to the whole room.
And the 400 runners also. The 400 runners also.
Thank you so much. So we're running that at start at 5:30. This will be
have to go to the call room before the start time is.
Absolutely.
Send the 400 people to the call
So we're also inviting our 400 meters hurdles athletes. Kindly make your way to the call room. Our call room is now open for you as well. Our 400 meters hurdles athletes, please make your way to the call room. We're also inviting and that's for both under 19 as well as for senior women for the 400 meters hurdles. Please make your way to the call room.
from the call room.
Go ahead.
Can you call the competitor for the long jump under 19 boys? Difficult women and the shot put women report northeast.
Copy that.
We're inviting the participants.
This is obsession. The beautiful sickness. And these are its most epic battles.
Once again, we're inviting the athletes competing in the 5,000 meters event. For men, please make your way to the pole. We're also inviting the senior women discus pro participants. Please make your way to the pole room. The pole room is also open for the girls 19 and up, the 400 meters hurdle. and on the long jump event, please make your way to the call room. So once again, as we find the 5,000 meters open event competitor, to make your way to the call room, let me once again welcome you to the J3's PUMA Meet 2026. This is the first of the series right here in National Stadium. My name is Ron Pease, and I'll be taking you through most of the evening's proceedings. We look forward to having you experience excellence in track and field right here at National Stadium. Also reminding you as well that the results will be posted live online at Fortis timing, so you can go ahead and see all the happenings, all the results live online at Fortis timing. That's where order link draws and participant lists will be posted. In fact, they are already there for your convenience. Also say again, welcome to our media partners and media representatives on the ground. Of course, we say a very special welcome to those of us online. Welcome to those joining on Track Alerts as well as JAAA Sports. Media Sports also in the house and all others here. We thank you so very much for helping to spread Jamaica's track and field excellence. So our first event on track as listed will be the 5,000 meters. The next track event will be the 19 on the girls 400 meters hurdles. Those athletes will be the podium. And my instructions just now is that our first event on track will be the...
Did you know? Signing up as a DARIF affiliate is completely free. No fees, no upfront costs. Wherever you are, you'll find the tools you need. Get started without spending a cent. Joining is simple and designed to be effortless, so you can focus on growing your partnership. Join for free and become a DARIF partner today.
Just for information, all warm-up for 100 meters will be at Stadium East. So all competitors in the 100 meters, you will warm up at Stadium East. Thank you.
And then them set you up. Oh,
Just to remind you of the instructions just given that the warm-up for the 100 meters will take place at Stadium East. As we also take the opportunity to remind you that the ballroom is now open for the senior women's discus throw, along with the girls 19 and under 400 meters hurdles. We're also inviting athletes competing in the girls 19 and under shot put event, the senior women's 400 meters hurdles, along with the boys 19 and under long jump event. We're inviting those competitors. Please make your way to the ballroom. It is open for you, as we're looking forward to getting those events going. Our first event on track should be the girls 19 and under 400 meters hurdles. So we're looking forward to getting that event off and going.
Check, microphone check, 1, 2.
Wait. Hey, Google. Message Brooke that I need help walking the dogs and send directions to Central Park.
Let me take the opportunity to especially welcome those of you online at JAAA Sports. We thank you so very much for being here with us. We look forward to bringing you the exciting action on the track here at the National Stadium, and we're super excited to see more than 600 of you online. We thank you so very much for supporting the channel as always. We're here in the beautiful aisles of the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica. And what you may not be able to see is that it's pretty sunny here in Kingston. A few minor showers earlier, but we're hoping that that would not, of course, deter this meet, and we're not expecting that based on the forecast. So our first event on track will be the 400 meters hurdles for girls 19 and under. What's listed on your meet program will be the 5,000 meters. However,
that event will not go off. Only one athlete registered for that one, and the organizers, the J3As, have decided not to go ahead with that event, more than likely because the athlete did not present themselves. Of course, we were slated to have that event at 4:30 p.m. It's now 4:58 according to the clock here in the National Stadium. But of course, it's the first in the J3A's All-Comers series. And look forward to bring you the action in the weeks to come. While you're here, of course, we invite you to go ahead to Fortis Timing online. That's where all the meet results will be posted live and direct, so you can see all the times right there, along with the lineups for the respective events. Some very interesting and standout names we're expecting to see, especially later on in this broadcast. For the 100 meters, quite a number of sections listed. For the women, we have 7 sections, and we're seeing names like Tia Clayton, Akira Nugent, Sharika Jackson listed, Tina Clayton. In fact, that's just one particular heat. So heat 7 looks like one to watch. And that's going to be the last heat for the women. The gentlemen, however, as is the usual fashion, we have quite a number of sections for the gentlemen's 100 meters. We have 17, yes, you heard right, 7 sections listed for that event. Seeing Brian Lavelle, also spotted Kishane Thompson's name here. So a couple of names that you want to look forward to throughout that one. But again, that's for much, much, much later on. And the reality is, because it is now 5 o'clock and we've not started on the track, it is likely, very likely, that those events will go off much later than their actually scheduled time. But again, we'll be here to take you through the various sections and events, and we thank you so very much for joining. Of course, those of you in the chat, we invite you to go ahead and share. Tell a friend to join us live on JAAA Sport. Of course, go ahead and share that link. And of course, we invite you as well to go ahead and share in the comments if you're looking forward to a particular heat, a particular section, a particular event, or you just want to send some love. Go ahead and comment on our YouTube chat. We look forward to engaging with you throughout the broadcast. We're so happy to have you here. Of course, on your screen now you can see some of the officials or track officials ensuring that those blocks are in place. Really sights and scenes, that's what you're getting here as we approach the golden hour here in Kingston, Jamaica. We know, of course, many of you may not be joining us from here in Jamaica, so if you are joining us from overseas, we say welcome to JAAA Sport. And if this is your first time engaging with track and field content on this channel from Kingston, Jamaica, welcome to Jamrock. Thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to you supporting us throughout the season. As I said earlier, this is the first in the All-Comers series, and this meet historically is an opportunity for athletes, juniors and seniors, to get some times in. And this is also where you'd usually see a number of standout athletes, for many of them opening their season, for many of them also doing some, active work leading up to the national trials, which is the ultimate close of the season for track and field here in Jamaica. And of course, we look forward to seeing some of those athletes, those standout athletes, participating today. While you are seeing that focus on the track now, of course, events are also taking place in the field. The long jump will be going off shortly. The discus throw, shot put for senior women will also be taking place. So we're inviting you all to stick around and, of course, send a shout out. And just in case a friend them never knows, so this, keep share the link with them all over so we can have more and more of you coming on. Let's get the viewership to 1,000. We're at 671, so please go ahead and share. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend.
I feel like this can go from like daytime to nighttime. This can go from the office to the bar. This is more like an animal print and those little specks of golds in there. Love these. This I feel like you can wear with anything because it's such a neutral color. This is gorgeous. It has infinite styles for infinite personalities.
So once again, we're looking to get off and going the 400 meters hurdles for girls
19 and under. That's going to be our first event on track, and we look forward to having those participants competing. Hopefully by now they have made their way to the call room, which has been open for some time for them, along with the boys 19 and under long jump competitors, as we look to get that event off and going anytime now, along with the senior women's 400 meters hurdles. So invite those athletes to kindly make their way to the call room.
You're sinking. You feel the pressure, the unknown. It's closing in. You try to stay strong, but the worries of the future feel like they're pulling you under. Life seems chaotic and out of control. In the storms of life, where do you turn? In times of uncertainty, there is one that will carry you through. He is an anchor of hope and peace. That anchor is Jesus, God's Son, who died on the cross for you. He took our burdens upon himself, then rose from the dead to offer eternal life to anyone who asks forgiveness and trusts in him. When things feel unstable, you don't have to drift through the unknown alone. Let Jesus be the anchor that holds you steady. Click to connect with an online volunteer to learn more about starting a relationship with Jesus.
From my eyes, it appears that it has, so we're inviting the girls 19 and under 400 meters athletes who should have already marshaled. I'm seeing some athletes presenting, which means that we should have that event going off now. In the meantime, boys 19 and under long jump athletes should have already made their way to the call room. But let's look to what else is on track and which other athletes should have by now already made their way to the call room. Let's see. The senior women's 400 meters hurdles athletes, along with the boys 19 and under 400 meters hurdles athletes, we're inviting you to make your way to the call room. If you have not yet done so, along with the senior men's 400 meters hurdles, please make your way to the call room. Sent cleanly away there for the first time, or first event on the agenda this afternoon, the girls 19 and under 400 meters hurdles. Only 3 athletes face the starter. Pia Rowe of Kingston Technical on the inside, making some steady ground on the back stretch at the moment. Next best is Navtisha Facey running unattached, along with Tamian Bramwell of Kingston Technical. After clearing those obstacles, 3 flights remaining. And at the very top, that's Facey running unattached, yet to be caught by anyone else. Pia Rowe doing some work on the straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, our first event on track, the 400 meters for girls 19 and under. Tiring somewhat, but not relenting. Natisha Facey, she crosses the finish line first. Her time, the flash time, that is 1 minute 13.87. Next best, lane 3, Pia Rowe, Kingston Technical. Coming in for third is Tamian Bramwell, Kingston Technical. Confirmed time, 1 minute 13.87 seconds. That's for Facey. Second goes to Rowe, 1 minute 20.19. And as we await the confirmed time for a third place athlete, just to remind you that our times are being posted live at Fortis Timing. So you can go ahead in any one of your browsers and type in Fortis Timing. That's where you'll see all the results live and direct. So our first event on track, done and dusted. Our next event should be the senior women's 400 meters hurdles. At the same time, the gentlemen for the boys 19 and under long jump event should be standing by to have their event off and going. And by now we should have the senior men competing in the 400 meters hurdles, along with the boys 19 and under 400 meters hurdles athletes presenting to the call room, so we can have that event off and going in short order. So, ladies and gentlemen, watching on JAAA Sport Live, of course, we're on the road to getting 1,000 of you to be watching this stream. We welcome you so very much, 947 of you here. Again, my name is Javon Keys, and I will not be the only voice you're going to be hearing throughout this stream because one, Janoy Stewart, he calls himself Swift. Is he swift enough, though? He's the one who's also going to be here taking you through the action on the track and in the field. So you'll hear both of us throughout, and welcome, Mr. Stewart.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm really happy to be here. You know, swift indeed by nature and by time for sure. So we're happy to be here. It was a sunny afternoon here in Kingston at the National Stadium. We look forward to a lot of great events. A lot of fine athletes will be on show. Currently we're at 930 views. In terms of the 1,000, we're looking at 70 more to go. I'm not one for the math, but you know, 930. I think we're going to get the 1,000
Well,
views.
930 sounds optimistic. I've been doing all-comers meets since maybe 2016, 2017, and we've had a few meets that have gone beyond 930. But we hope that there may be some kind of expeditious movement of the athletes and the events. That's not going to be forthcoming right now, and it's no chastity to the J3s. We are so very happy that we have track and field action here, and of course them as the administrative body, we're pleased with seeing the event going, but I do think that we can, you know, have a better sense of time when it comes to these meets, and I know that it's something that they are working on, and we look forward to seeing that taking place. So as it is now, we're standing by for our next event on track. The 5,000 meters, what you would have missed, and if you're just joining us on the stream, what you would have missed is that we actually did not have the 5,000 meters open event for boys. Only one competitor listed for that event, Scott Beckford. I'm going to assume that Mr. Beckford from Titchfield did not present, so that event did not go off. Right now, taking place in the field, you're seeing on your screen the warm-up activity for the long jump event, and right now the boys 19 and under, they're getting ready for their competition. We have 18 listed athletes for that event, and we're looking forward to seeing, you know, how that goes on. I'm seeing a sea of purple, in fact, based on my lineup here, and I know that there are a number of 40sons who would be quite pleased with that. I mean, as a Jago man, I mean, I'm you know, I'm all for the green and gold, but we're looking forward to seeing the action there.
University set a course for change.
That boys 19 and under long jump event, we're hoping that that can go off sooner than later. It was scheduled to begin at 5:41, and my timepiece is telling me 5:27, so that one may be on schedule. But let's give you a sense, Janoy, let's give our viewers and listeners a sense of what's to come for the rest of the meet. As we see 1,021 of you here, we're so happy to have you. Can you get us to 2,000? Live online. We look forward to that, and I know some of you may be sticking around and should stick around to see Sharika Jackson later on. Of course, my experience with all comers, we'll see a number of athletes listed, but it's a question of whether or not they'll present. But let's see what will happen later on, Janai.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the all-comers, and that's why you just have to stay tuned until the end, because we're not going to know what we're going to see right now. So just stick around, stay tuned, and I'm sure you will have fun.
Absolutely. So, Janai, are you looking forward to anything in particular this afternoon?
Well, I feel like in terms of the 100 meters, that's definitely a showpiece event, and I think that's going to be one to look out for later today. So I'm definitely looking forward to
more like later tonight.
Well, yeah, for sure.
For sure, the stadium lights will be on.
And we will be here. Well, I will be here for sure.
For sure, some light banter there. But we thank you so very much for joining us and supporting JAAA Sports as always. Of course, for most of the meets across the island, we have been live and direct with you, ensuring that you get all the action and happenings here. And just to let you know as well that you can follow the results online at fortis.timing. That's where the results are going to be posted today, and they are being updated live and direct. Just to give you a sense of what you are seeing now, athletes are warming up for the various events. Our next event on track should be the senior women's 400 meters hurdles. Just one athlete listed for that one. And as you heard, or you might have heard the stadium announcer, which funny enough, I'm doubling as that today. You would have heard just now that the 400 meters hurdles for senior men as well as boys 19 and under, we've made the call for that event. We're hoping that we can see that one going off live and on time. But quite a number of warm-up activities taking place. Gentlemen from Kingston College, Jamaica College. I'm seeing, of course, the green and gold. And again, I'm not gonna be biased, but you know, every time I do this kind of thing, I'm always very clear on my biases, because as humans, we always have our own little leanings. So for me, I am a proud past student of St. Diego. But Jana, you have a school which is not necessarily a track school, but they go on with a couple things from time to time.
All right. So the thing about it is, you would have mentioned Kingston College. Funnily enough, I'm actually on the same street or on the same road as Kingston College.
We may have overseas viewers, so tell them the name of your school.
So I'm on North Street.
The name of the school.
I'm actually on the right side of North Street, and
the
that
name of
is
the
St.
school.
George's College.
How
sir.
about you
St.
lead with
George's
that?
College. Right?
If anybody who put Dean in them school name is always questionable. But for those of you who may not be from Jamaica, there is a thing that takes place between those who are past students or alumnus of Kingston College and St. George's College. You will hear them saying that one is on the wrong side of North Street and the other is on the right side. So I leave those of you online and Janoy, who is on one of the sides of North Street, to help to figure out which one is the right side. But we are all happy to see track and field excellence from either side of North Street.
The good thing about it to our overseas viewers is it's just really light banter, for sure.
For some.
Well, for myself, you know, I can only speak about myself. It's really light banter, and the thing about it is, you know, over the years, it's a case where whenever you go to an all-boys school institution, kids wouldn't really understand that.
I absolutely cannot understand that. I'm happy that I cannot understand.
So it's just a thing about, you know, how we represent our school. It's about the pride, the culture, you know, what it takes to be a Georgian, what it takes to be, you know, a Kingston College representative or, you know, person who went there. So it's all about school pride and school spirit, and for that, you know, I'm grateful that I would have gone to an all-boy institution.
And you know, the truth is, here in Jamaica, so in the US, people are big on their universities. Here in Jamaica, we're big on our high schools, and there are some high schools that are a little bit more verbose about their prowess or presence than others. But it's all excellence here in the National Stadium. Happy to be back here for an all-comers meet. Again, this is the first in the series, and we're looking forward to some exciting action on the track. If you're just joining us, again, we're welcoming you to JAAA Sport right here on YouTube. Of course, always bring you live and direct action. And just to give them a sense of the atmosphere here in Kingston, Jamaica. Earlier we had a little bit of a drizzle. I don't know if that was a recovery from Ice Speed being in Jamaica. I show Speed being in Jamaica, and those of you who may be on here streaming may be familiar with him, but he is a multi-million views streamer online who was in fact still in Jamaica. I understand
the
he
number
leaves
one
this
streamer
evening.
in the world.
Yes, #1 streamer on YouTube as well as Twitch and some other platforms. But he's doing his Caribbean tour, and it would have been a good thing to have him here at the National Stadium, maybe to, you know, do an exclusive interview with JAAA Sport. But he's still in the country. I understand he leaves this evening, but he had his fair share of, you know, up and down in Jamaica yesterday and had KFC and all of that jazz. So I don't know.
Yeah, he was here yesterday at the National Stadium, so, you know, maybe he's a bit
No, but we needed him to be back here today for the big J3's all-comers meet. Again, it's the first in the series, and for the next couple of weeks, we will be here every Saturday bringing you the action on the track and in the field, and we're looking forward to having you all here as well. So what's taking place now is that we're standing by for the start of our next track event, which should be the 400 meters hurdles for senior women. But as I await my instructions from the technical team. As was the case earlier, we did not have the 5,000 meters event for boys with one athlete listed. I'd not be surprised if the same occurrence will be, or the same fate will be seen here for the senior women's 400 meters hurdles, and if that's the case, it means that our next event on track will be the boys 19 and under 400 meters hurdles. And in the meantime, we're listed athletes here: Javine Brown, Tyler Ferguson, running unattached, Daniel Henry, UTEC Jamaica, Joshua Wint, William Nibb, Shaquem Ebanks, running unattached, Daniel Saunders, Women's Boys, and Tyrese Sewell, Kingston Technical. Those are the listed athletes. Of course, that will likely adjust based on the athletes presenting for the event.
Men's 400 meters hurdles, please report now to the following.
So in the meantime, John, you can remind our viewers of the listed athletes.
Did you know it takes minutes to become a DARIF affiliate? First, sign up on darif.com/partners. Next, confirm your email. After that, fill in your information. Lastly, get approved and access your unique link. Everything you need to promote DARIF is ready for you. Sign up today and grow as a DARIF partner.
So we're standing by for the start of the 400 meters hurdles for boys 19 and under, slated to go off at 6 o'clock. But of course, as they're attempting to ensure that we have a good grip on time, I anticipate that we're going to have that event. The athletes are already lining up. The starter has given them their instructions to be on their marks. So lanes 1, 6 and 7 empty, which means only 5 athletes face the starter for this, the second event on track. Sent about their business there. The 400 meters hurdles for boys 19 and under. Clean movements there for Wint of William Nib as he advances. Good movements also for Daniel Henry of UTEC. In fact, he has a slight advantage at the moment. Running unattached as well is Tyler Ferguson running out of lane 2. He'll have to do way more work to catch up with the rest of the field. But Daniel Henry of UTEC being chased now by Javine Brown of STK Athletics. As they look to come into the straightaway, Brown from Henry. William Nibs Wint trying to stay with the rest. Driving home now is Henry of UTEC. Can he get some more speed to catch up with the rest? The gentleman from William Nib not to be counted out also. Look at him snatching second, but no question about Brown. STK Athletics, 52.39 seconds. That's the flash time. So 52.41 seconds. So according to my list here, lane 2 should be Brown. And there it is. So 52.41.
Again, we're asking the boys under 19 discus throw. Please report now to Paul Room. And also the men for the 400 meter hurdles. Please report now to the Paul Room.
So that's that for the 400 meters hurdles for boys, or senior men equivalent should be up next. 2 sections for that one. We'll give you the lane assignments momentarily. But for those of you online, of course, Mr. Stewart will give you the listed athletes in section 1 and 2 for the 400 meters for senior men. So that's 400 meters hurdles.
So in section 1, we start from lane 3. So in lane 3, we have Malik James King from Titans Track Club. In lane 4, we have Dave Moore unattached. In lane 5, Sean Gardner, UTEC. In lane 6, Malachi Needham, New Era Track Club. And in lane 7, we have Demar Murray from Titans. So 5 athletes scheduled here for section 1 of 2 of the men's 20 plus 400 meter hurdles. 5 athletes scheduled, but I'm seeing 6 athletes now on the track. So lane 2, I'm seeing that seems to me that Zachary Chamberlain of Titans Track Club, who's in lane 2.
Gunn sends them cleanly away there for the senior men's 400 meters hurdles. Fairly even start for the gentlemen there. Good running on the outside by, that looks like Murray of Titans. Running out of lane 7. Advancing very well too is Malik James King of Titans as well. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that blistering speed. His personal best, 47.42. So Malik James King of Titans giving us some quick running there. Chamberlain also chasing, and his teammate Murray on the outside also trying to catch up. Final obstacle approaching, and so he clears successfully. Malik James King of Titans blazing the track. He stops the clock at 49.43. Rounded to 49.46. So 49.46 for James King. All right, so based on what the movements we're seeing in the National Stadium, Janai, it appears that that should perhaps be the last 400 meters hurdles. It appears that they're gonna, and I'm watching the hurdles crew. I always also take my instructions from them as well. But it appears that we'll move to our next listed event. It appears we may not have the next section for the So we won't have the next section for the 400 meters hurdles for men. What they did is merge the sections. So Chamberlain was placed in lane 2 and Taylor, it appears, was in lane 8. Janai takes.
Yeah, fine running from Malik James King.
Good to see him back.
For sure, for sure. Looks smooth going around, especially on the backstretch. You know, it was some fine running. Early days, 49.4. Decent time where that is concerned, so
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure he's going to look to lower his personal best. Of course, that one, according to his World Athletics profile, was set in 2024. That's 47.4. I was hoping that he was going to try to go for that today. But let's see. I mean, it's the first in the all-comers series, so you never know. Sometimes we get surprises, and who knows, maybe later in the series we'll see some more. Of course, Nakak silver medalist before, and of course considered to be in the top 8 at the World Under 20 Championships in his time there. Of course, one-time national champion. So Malik James King, good to see him back on the track there. And of course, we're going to continue the action here in the National Stadium. Our next event should be the 800 meters for women. That call just made a short while ago by one of the voices in the National Stadium who you may be hearing throughout the broadcast. So senior women, 800 meters. In fact, that's like an open event, so that will be coming up next. According to the time here, should be 6:25, but I anticipate them trying to take all sections up early. Let's see from your vantage point. So you're seeing on the stream now what the hurdles crew is now getting themselves ready to remove those hurdles. And you can hear the person on the stadium microphone indicating that they are looking to have those meets, those various sections coming up much earlier. Of course, all comers, as we were saying earlier, is one of those meets known to have, well, it has an illustrious history of not necessarily being on time, but it's always exciting to see it, and which is why people come to support all the time. And of course, that's why you are here on our stream, all 1,530 of you, and we welcome you, right, Jonah?
Yeah, most definitely. I heard you mention that you wanted about 2,000 viewers. Initially, it was 1,000.
No,
we
want
passed that
1 million
mark.
viewers. That's what we want.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
And I know JAAA is saying that it's 2 million in one, but we're getting closer and closer to that 2,000 viewers there. And we thank you all so very much for supporting, and we look forward to you sticking around with us here at All Comers. Again, my name is Javon Keys.
And I'm John O. Stewart. A lot of you would know me as Swift. I'm here as well.
And him not very swift, you know, that's the funny thing. The man call himself Swift and he can't run.
I'm sure if we both have a race off, I'm sure, you know.
We can do it, you know. Me just why, you know, say me used to actually run.
How long ago that must have been?
Not very long. But either way, this is not the opportunity for us to exercise our athletic prowess. This is for the actual athletes who are looking forward to representing Jamaica and being crowned national champions at some point. That's what they're hoping. That's what we're here to talk about, not our failed athletic past. So of course we're also giving you some highlights from in the field. We're seeing the long jump taking place, and
St. Andrew Technical athlete there on the runway.
And let's see if we can tell you who from St. Andrew Technical. That's a foul for him though, that red flag flown there. So St. Andrew Technical not seeing, or is it Knox? We'll see how best we can confirm for you who those athletes are. So I'm actually thinking that we may be able to, that's competitor 276. That's Jamar Huntley running, jumping unattached. So our next athlete should be competitor 77. That's Joshua Patrick of Kingston College, as he gets himself ready to go. So Joshua Patrick on his first attempt at the long jump, and that appears to be a legal jump. So taking place, ladies and gentlemen, it is the long jump boys 19 and under. First jump there for Joshua Patrick of Kingston College. It's a legal jump for him. Let's await the distance as we stand by for next event on track. So competitor 77, Joshua Patrick of Kingston College, on his first attempt, and that looks like 6.31 meters. 6.31 meters on his first attempt. Of course, we're reminding you that all the results are being posted live and direct on Fortis Timing. So you can go to live.fortis timing on your browser to see the results, as competitor 78, Alexander Pusey of Kingston College, is up next. So we await the officials and the white flag is flown. So legal jump there for him. Let's await the distance for Alexander Pusey of Kingston College. Competitor 78. So 6.72 meters. 6.72 meters for Alexander Pusey of Kingston College. 6.72 meters on his first attempt. So we're standing by for our next athlete to present themselves. That looks like
St. Diego athlete.
Well, let's see. That should be competitor 72. Let's see who's wearing 72. So Keno Butner of Kingston College, actually, and he falls on his first attempt.
Well, the St. Diego athlete is now on the runway.
So
trying to get his
so
bib
no
number there.
registered distance clearly for that gentleman from Kingston College. So Keno Butner there fouling on his first attempt as we stand by as well for our next track event, which will be the 800 meters. That's what the stadium announcer is saying. As that gentleman from San Diego makes some good acceleration on the board. Let's see. It looks from my vantage point. Let me not, you can never necessarily trust your eyes. And just for context, ladies and gentlemen, we're at almost a bird's eye view. So the white flag is flown, which gives us credence to a legal jump.
So that's competitor 278. That's Andre Jackson.
From Ravensworth. If you know, you know.
Well, here is competing unattached, so that's what I'm working with.
But always from Ravensworth. Speaking of former athletes, there's a gentleman who's appeared beside us who is definitely a former athlete, a former prowess. Maybe in his head, but welcome Mr. Damon Dunkley. As we stand by, competitor 7-6 is coming up for his second attempt. That's Jamari Nugent of Kingston College. Steady run up there as he gets decent acceleration. Let's see what happens on the board. So his second attempt. The long jump pit for the boys, 19 and under long jump event. So attempt 2. So Jamari Nugent of Kingston College on his second attempt there. In the boys 19 and under long jump competition. So we wait the distance. So again, this is his second attempt. So once again, our 800 meters will be our next event on track. So in the meantime, we'll give you the action from the long jump. At 5.75 meters, 5.75 meters for Jamari Nugent from Kingston College.
Just want to welcome our first champion in this class, former member of the executive of the Philippines.
So on his second attempt, that's competitor 290. That's Shaim Philip. A mark of 6.87 meters.
And that's on his second attempt there. So 6.87 on his second attempt. Another gentleman coming up to the pit that looks like a gentleman representing Jamaica College. Let's see what he has in store. That's competitor 285, Janoy. Who's that?
That's Ajari. You said 285. That's indeed Mikhail Mackenzie.
So Mikhail Mackenzie there of Jamaica College on his second attempt. As we await the distance. So 5.44 meters, 5.44 meters, as we once again invite the 800 meters women to make their way to the call room.
So that's Daquan Dawkins of Kingston College, his second attempt. It's a foul jump there. Unfortunate for the athlete there. So his second attempt was a foul. Yeah, up next should be competitor 264. That's Romario Franklin.
Just a reminder, all competitors in the 100 meters, both male and female, are being asked to warm up at stadium east. Just a reminder. Thank you very much. We just want to welcome our athletes who went to Botswana and took part in the World Race.
So Romario there with the white flag. So we'll wait the distance there for Mr. Franklin. .67 meters there for his second attempt. That's Romario Franklin. Yeah, up next from the Purple Panthers, we should have Twain McGaw. In there with 5.38 meters for his second attempt. As we await Mr. Bloomfield, that's Ajari Bloomfield, who should be next on the runway. He's also unattached. Getting the white flag there. Looks to be a very decent jump with the distance.
But just to let our viewers know what else is taking place. Lots of warm-up activities. The in-house statisticians presented us a short while ago with a revised list for the 400 meters, and I'm seeing 30 enlisted sections for the men's 400 meters, so that's going to come up shortly. So 7.22 meters, that's the distance for athlete just now. That's competitor, looks like 238.
Yeah, that's Mr. Bloomfield, that's Ajari Bloomfield.
Ajari Bloomfield on his second attempt, 238. And Another gentleman coming up, competitor 7'5", representing Kingston College. That's O'Dane.
Noble.
Will it be a noble run-up? Or is it competitor 157? Let's see that. So 157 it seems to be. And they switched back. So ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at the board to see which athlete. So whoever it is though, it's a legal jump. 7'5" appears to be confirmed. So again, who's that, Janoy?
That's O'Dane Noble. Seems to me that was a noble jump. Let's wait and see
if it was noble enough. As we await that distance, we invite you all as well to go online. So it's 7.15. Invite you all to go online as well to see the results live and direct at Fortis timing. You're gonna need data though, but if you're up on YouTube or watch it, that means you must have data. All 1,583 of you, we welcome you all as the gentleman from Ravensworth is coming up. Who's that?
So that's competitor 267. That's Leonardo Green.
I mean, for a second, I almost thought he was going to exit the pit. Not in a good way. Landing almost at the edge of the pit. It looks like the kind of jumping Janoy would do if you were a long jumper.
I was more the triple jump side still, you know?
We have no evidence of that, but that's 6.62, I think. They're moving quite quickly with those results there. I think that was 6.62 that came up. So not a foul, not bad actually. That registered jump. So 276 is coming up for their second attempt. That's the gentleman.
Jamar Huntley.
So that's Jamar Huntley on his second attempt there. Competing unattached. Competitor 276. Jamar Huntley. Let's see the confirmed distance for him. So it's 5.86, 5.86, that legal jump, confirmed distance for him. And this is the boys' 19 and under long jump event. If you're just joining us here at the National Stadium, welcome to the J3A's PUMA 2026 meet. Commonly referred to as all comers. This is the first in the series. And we're so happy to have you here. And for those of you not in the stadium, we say welcome to you, those of you joining us online at JAAA Sports. We thank you so very much for joining us.
Just a reminder that the shot put is taking place at Stadium East. So just a reminder, the shot put is taking place at Stadium East.
So up next on the track, we should have the 800 meters.
So we're standing by, ladies and gentlemen, for the start of the 800 meters. Eight listed athletes. So we have Nikia Anderson of Excelsior, Giselle James, Pepin High, Angel Stevenson, Excelsior, Jodian Walker running unattached, Shanna K. Anderson, UTEC, Mary Kay Murray, Purple Panthers, Nicoya Anderson, Excelsior, and Tashana Burton, Pepin. So those are the 8 listed athletes, but 8 not presenting as we stand by for the 800 meters. So 800 meters, standing by for that one. I'm wondering if these 2 young ladies are twins, Janoy, because, I mean, Nikia and Nicoya Anderson, both of Excelsior, it is likely, very likely that they're twins.
Based on what my eyes are telling me, I definitely will have to agree with you, Mr. Keys.
I can agree with your eyes, because you're there far.
The good thing about it is that, you know, when I was much younger, my granny usually give me a lot of carrot.
We did eat all of carrot.
I'm saying carrot good for the eyes. So, you know.
But let's see if your eyes are solid enough to tell us. But I mean, from my vantage point, I'm seeing that they do also look like twins. So 8 listed athletes to face the starter, not 8 presenting at this point, however. Looking forward to this one. It's a 2-lap event, not necessarily for the swift.
But for those who can endure.
But for those who can endure. I know if my friend Damon was out there, him couldn't manage. I don't know him as a sprinter.
I mean, as I think a former statesman would have to be doing a lot of running over that side.
Or was he a pacemaker? Anyway, they're on standby. Finally sent about their business there. The 800 meters open event. This one is, of course, 2 laps, and we're seeing good running so far by Nikia Anderson of Excelsior and Angel Stevenson, also of Excelsior. Staying in the mix is Giselle James of Pepin. But let's not count out Shanna K. Anderson of UTEC. Nicoya Anderson of Excelsior also doing some steady running as well. And Mary Kay Murray of Purple Panthers. Have to find some more speed. Of course, this is a 2-lap event. Steady does it, easy does it, diligent running is what defines it. So Nikia Anderson and Angel Stevenson. Steady pace as they advance towards the bell lap, the whistle lap. We're seeing Angel Stevenson and the whistle sounds. Angel Stevenson on the heels of Nikia Anderson. Giselle James of Pepin also doing her own steady running, with Nicoya Anderson also doing some work there to see if she can catch up with her teammates. Closing the gap too is Mary Kay Murray and Jodian Walker of Purple Panthers and running unattached respectively. So right there closely knit is Angel Stevenson right beside Nikia Anderson of Excelsior. So Stevenson advancing ahead slightly. But Anderson there trying to ensure that she keeps up. And back at the top, Nikia Anderson of Excelsior. So it's an Excelsior square off this one, with Nikia Anderson pulling away from her teammate Angel Stevenson. Will Angel find some more strength to catch up with her with just about 80 meters or so remaining? Angel Stevenson trying to gain ground. Nikia Anderson of Excelsior, however, appears that she will hold off the challenge, with Giselle James coming up for third. UTEC's Anderson trying to find some ground. But Nicoya Anderson, however, will finish ahead. So 2 minutes, 24.62. That's for Nicoya Anderson of Excelsior. Angel Stevenson, 2 minutes, 25.32. The unofficial times there coming in for the 800 meters. Of course, times are being posted live at fortis.timing, so you can see all the results live there. For men, we have 4 listed sections for that event. But as the gentleman requests your support, so that's Romario Franklin competing unattached there. The long jump, and it's a legal attempt for him. It's his third. So let's confirm the distance. In the meantime, by now, all 800 meters men athletes should already be the call room for sections listed for that event. So that looks like 4.74 for the gentleman. That's Romario Franklin competing unattached. Next at the pit, competitor 157, Twain McGaw. So competitor 1 has competitor 238, craving your support there at the long jump. And that's a foul for him. Ajari Bloomfield competing unattached. And that's his third attempt. As we get ready for the first section of the 800 meters for men, 4 sections listed for that event. That's competitor 7-5 there on his third attempt. A foul for him also. So competitor 7-5. So Dane Noble of Kingston College there, registering a foul on his third attempt as we now stand by for section 1 of 4 for the 800 meters. And that looks like competitor 267 from St. Jago. Starter is eager to send off. So the first 800 meters, off and running. Burton on attach, Keon HSJ track, Duncan Pepin High. On the outside, that looks like O'Dane Davidson running unattached. Escott Beckford of Titchfield. Now out with the lead. So the two-lap event. Them now approaching the final lap. So the whistle sounds indicating the final lap. That looks like Escott Beckford of Titchfield. Davidson running unattached, also chasing. That looks like Siobhan Canyon of HSJ track, now in third, but a distant third at this time. Blue and gold blazing the backstretch at this time. Just about 200 meters remaining in this 800 meters event, and he's tapping the accelerator. Ladies and gentlemen, he pulls away Escott Beckford of Titchfield. As they crave your support at the long jump. Beckford finds some more speed with less than 50 meters to go. Welcome him home as you support the gentleman at the long jump. 1 minute 58.94 seconds. That's the flash. So winning time there, 1 minute 58.97. For first of 4 800 meters. Two minutes 05.72, that's the time up for second as we stand by for section 2. Listed athletes, Bailey of Knox, Brown, Bethlehem, Eubanks unattached, Wallace, Pepin, Daniels running unattached, Parker unattached, McGaw, who's also competing in the long jump, and Martin of Stats. Sent about their business there. The next section for the 800 meters, only 4 face the starter. Bailey and Brown of Knox and Bethlehem on the inside, and McGaw and Martin of Purple Panthers and Stats respectively. So Aldane Brown of Bethlehem Moravian, the slight lead. Right behind him is Raul J. Bailey of Knox Chasing 2, Nilmar Martin of St. Andrew Technical. So trying to pull away from the rest, Aldane Brown of Bethlehem Moravian. Doing some diligent running also is Martin of Stats. One more lap to go at the sound of the whistle. And picking up speed is Aldane Brown of Bethlehem Moravian. Trying to keep up with him is the gentleman from Stats, Nilmar Martin. Martin tries to close in, so too is Bailey of Knox. But our leader is still Aldane Brown of Bethlehem Moravian. So still trying to find some additional speed. We see the gentleman from Knox, Bailey in 3rd position. Saving off that challenge is Martin of St. Andrew Technical at the 200 meters mark. But with Aldane Brown of Bethlehem Moravian distinctly ahead, trying to make some more ground once again is Nilmar Martin of St. Andrew Technical. Just about 100 meters to go. Will he find the additional speed and strength to catch up with Aldane Brown of Bethlehem Moravian? It's about 80 meters to go, and he's tapping the accelerator. As Aldane Brown slows somewhat, Martin finds additional speed, but it's not enough. 2 minutes, 01.81 seconds. That's the time for Aldane Brown of Bethlehem Moravian. 2 minutes, 01.91, the confirmed time for him. Martin of St. Andrew Technical. Nilmar Martin, second, 2 minutes, 02.52 seconds. As we await the 3rd place time, we still have some action going on at the long jump pit. So Bailey gets 2 minutes, 06.30 seconds.
Still have action here on the long jump pit.
Section 3 of the 800 meters is coming up shortly. Finally, about their business there. This looks like a merger of sections 3 and 4. So it appears that this is a merged edition of sections 3 and 4 as listed on your program, and the listed athletes there: Scott of Papine, Cunningham, Eubanks, Core, Walters, Taylor, Grant, Muir. Whistle sounding there, indicating the final lap. That looks like Eubanks. Now challenging Scott. So what should be the last section for the 800 meters for men, taking place here at the first edition of All Comers here at the National Stadium, right here in Kingston, Jamaica. So Scott, Cunningham, Eubanks, Core, Walters, Taylor, Grant, and Muir. Rojan also in this one, so based on the updated listing here, should be 9 athletes that face the starter. The rush home for this 800 meters. So 1 minute 59.76 seconds. 1 minute 59.76. Rounded to 1 minute 59.78 for Ratio Walters of Titchfield. Alex Taylor of VIP track, 2 minutes 02.74. He gets second. So 2 minutes 01.78 for Grant in second and Taylor third, 2 minutes 02.74. That wraps things up nicely for the men's 800 meters. Our next event on track will be the women's 400 meters. 3 listed sections for that event. We'll bring that to you shortly.
Just a reminder, that all use stadium meets as the warm-up area.
So competitor 290, it seems, up for their 4th attempt. Not quite. 238.
It's a 238. That should be Mr. Bloomfield. That's Ajari Bloomfield.
All right, so Ajari Bloomfield, clad in Jamaica College colors.
So that was a legal jump by Ajari Bloomfield. We are with the distance for his 4th attempt. So 6.02 meters for Ajari Bloomfield. 6.02 meters for Ajari Bloomfield on his 4th attempt. As mentioned, the next track event should be the women's 400 meters. 3 sections scheduled here.
And for that event, we're seeing some standout names like Anthony Strawn.
As well as Williams from MVP.
Yeah. We're also seeing Akira Nugent as well, another standout. So
and I see a particular athlete in lane 7 scheduled here.
Action all women's 400 meters runners, women's 400 meters runners, please report no to the call.
I'm also seeing listed here our Olympian Sharika Jackson, also listed to compete, but once again, it's always a wait and see when it comes to these all-comers meet. So Sada, also of Barbados, MVP athlete.
Well, based on what I'm seeing here, though, Javon, if my eyes are seeing correct, I'm seeing there are men on the track. So we may be running the men's 400 meters instead of the women's. lanes, because lane 7 looks like a Javon Francis. So let us get that right over to you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, so it seems that it will be the men's 400 meters. Yes.
Sections.
So maybe they're gonna run the women later, or maybe they're not gonna run that event. Not quite sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what should be next on track is the women's 400 meters. That will then be followed by the men's equivalent. That looks like competitor 246. So competitor 238 on his 5th attempt and the long jump there. So Ajari Bloomfield. As we stand by for more action on the track. Just to remind you as well that you can get all the results from today's event live and direct at Fortis Timing. That's live.fortistiming.co. And simply search for J3's PUMA Meet 2026 #1. So in addition to our long jump, was standing by for the senior men's discus throw. And as I shared with you earlier, we have quite a number of sections listed for the men's 400 meters. So we're standing by again for the 400 meters for women. That's what should be on track, Janoy.
Yeah, but based on what I'm seeing, look like we're gonna run the men's section first.
Well, it's not section, but
sections,
and it is multiple. What are you seeing based on the listing here?
Alright, so based on what I'm seeing, based on what I have before me, in lane 1 we should have Joshua Wint.
Before you even tell the people who are in the lanes, let's tell them how many sections we're expecting.
Alright, should be 14 sections.
You heard right. That's 1-4. And we're so happy to have 2,158 of you joining us here. I like how you all follow instructions. Yeah, tell your friend, tell a friend, and tell a friend. You're getting some close-up shots there of athletes presenting themselves. So we're expecting, based on the lineup a number of standout athletes, including we're expecting Anthony Strawn, of course, Cariftan CAC standout during her junior years, Olympian and longtime Bahamian national representative to be in this one. We're also expecting Sada Williams, another expat. She's from Barbados. At 29 years old, her personal best at the 400 meters is 49.58. This is, in fact, her discipline. And of course, we look forward to seeing her on display this evening. A World Championships bronze medalist and Commonwealth gold medalist as well. But we all know that many of you on the stream are going to be looking forward to the excellence of one Sharika Jacko Jackson, as listed here. Of course, we know that she is our 200 meters national record holder at 21.41 seconds. Of course, world champion at 200 meters, multiple Olympic and world championship medalist, and considered the second fastest woman ever over 200 meters. So, I mean, this one appears to be a cracker, because we also have in this one as well a youngster on the block but doing very well for herself, Akira Nugent, NACA champion, of course, one of the fastest women in Jamaica's history over sprint hurdles, and we're looking forward to seeing her as well doing some exceptional work on the track. So this is definitely going to be one to look forward to as we stand by for the events to come. So I think we may be able to shortly give you some results, in fact, from the long jump. Jenna, are you able to pull that up? Maybe we can give our viewers some results, because these should be also updated in real time. Let's see if we can pull those up for you from the men's long jump event, or the boys long jump event 19 and under. I think that's a runoff taking place as we wait for the event to actually go off. So we're not seeing any the updated results here, and they're at their fourth attempt now based on what we're seeing taking place, but we're hoping that sooner than later we'll be able to give you a sense of the actual activity of the athletes and how they've been performing, as we stand by as well to have the 400 meters off and going.
That jump there by Kimono Buckner, 5.54 meters. His fourth attempt. That's Kimono Buckner of Kingston College.
For women, 3 sections listed for that event. Section 1 has this lady to compete. Ishika Ito
Angel Stevenson, Excelsior. Ariel Francis, Pepin. Christine Iwdike, Knox College. And Tawana Marston, Knox College. So lane 3 should be Bean. Lane 4, Stevenson. 5, Francis. Iwdike or Iwdike in 6, and Marston in 7. Sent about their business there, section 1 of 3 for the 400 meters for women. Iwdike of Knox on the outside, and Shaw of Eagles Track Club. As Shaw pulls away, Powell of UTEC also tries to put some pep in her step. But still traveling well is Shaw of Eagles. Will she fly all the way to the finish? Let's see, with 200 meters remaining. They tap the accelerator. Powell, Shaw. Powell of UTEC keeps challenging Shaw of Eagles Track Club. Shaw tries to pull away. Powell not letting up. Giselle Shaw of Eagles Track Club takes this one, 55.55. That's the flash. Rounded to 55.61. Powell of UTEC gets 56.30. Mirage in third, 1 minute 02.39 seconds. That wraps things up for Heat 1. Section 2 coming your way next. Horatia Champagny of GC Foster College in lane 3. Lane 4 has Shamika McLean, the Eagles Track Club. In lane 5, Sana Williams, MVP Track Club. Deandra Harris, UTEC, and Hannah Charles, UTEC, slated to compete in Heat 2. Finally sent about their business there. Eyes on McLean and Williams in 4 and 5 respectively. Also running well is Harris. So Shamika McLean. Some more work to do as they run that curb, ladies and gentlemen. So Champagne, McLean, Williams, Harris, Charles. Quite a gap there opening up. So Sada Williams of MVP Track Club, distinctly ahead of the rest. Williams of MVP slowing somewhat. Next best is McLean, a standout there from Fogarrow. They badge themselves the Eagles Track Club. So 53.01. That's the time for Sada Williams of MVP. A stand-up Bayesian World Championships bronze medalist, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, and taking this section. And as things are pretty fluid here, I'm seeing where that appears to be the final section, in fact. So it appears that is it for the 400 meters for women, which means we make way nicely now for the gentlemen. We have 13 listed sections according to Fortis timing, so we'll take you through those momentarily. So ladies and gentlemen, things are updating as we speak. So just as we're about to call the lineup for section 3, the Fortis timing team updated, indicating that there are only 2 sections. That's the thing with all comers meet. So you'll get surprises, you'll anticipate, because we were hoping to see Akira Nugent and Sharika Jackson, of course, on display. Anthony Strawn as well, 3 standout athletes there. But Sada, who was listed to compete in section 3, was moved into section 2. She taking that section there, section 2, in her favor. Easing nicely before crossing the finish line, Janoy.
Yeah, just smooth running from Sada Williams. You know, I wanted to also mention, you know, McLean there, who finished second, you know, Carifta medalist there, you know, junior standout athlete. So I just wanted to big up Shamika McLean there as well. Fine running there for her in second place.
All right, so 13 sections to go. It is now 6:53 p.m. here in Kingston, Jamaica. From wherever you are watching in the world, we are so happy to have you here on JAAA Sports. All 2,492 of you and counting race to 3,000. If you reach 3,000, Jana, I have to go out there, go do a little run. I'm joking. I'm not put him on the spot. I'm first day on the work, you know, so I'm not really put him on the spot. But of course, we see so many of you in our comments. Janoy, what are you seeing?
Based on what I'm seeing on the live stream, you know, just want to send out some shout outs. That's at Miss_Favoran. You know, she said all Fogo students are competing under that track club. So that's, I believe that's the Eagles. So yes, the Eagles track club. So for sure, Miss_Favoran, wherever you are and you're hearing my voice, just want to send you a valid big up.
And big ups to everybody in the chat as well. We know for sure that you are always very active and direct and sometimes blunt in the chat, and we appreciate that. We appreciate your feedback as always. So we thank you so very much for being here, for joining us live from all over the world. You can send the flag representing where you are joining us from. I see Belize in the chat. I see Proviet watching from Bristol in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I see
Barbados in the house as well. Yo no sé si hay nadie que habla español aquí, si hay personas de lugares hispanohablantes. I don't know if there are any Spanish speakers here, but we say bienvenidos a ustedes. Il y a personnes qui parlent français, bienvenue aussi. If you're speaking French, you know, I mean, we know track and field isn't barred by any language, so we welcome each and every one of you. John,
And all the patois people, that's what I say, big up on yourself, all I know. Yes, I see Josh Travels and Vacations. Big up Swift on the live. Yes, big up you as well. Josh Travels and Vacations.
So Sue's asking if Sharika isn't running again. No, she isn't. So they've adjusted the various sections, and that will happen from time to time. So I'm seeing some people representing the United Kingdom here. I'm seeing, this looks like, well, I have to pull up my geography now. I don't want to get myself in trouble. So don't just put the flag, put the name of the country just in case.
Well, I see Grenada for sure.
Yes, Grenada is here, of course.
I think that's, if not Zimbabwe or Uganda, maybe I might be wrong.
So Zimbabwe is definitely here for sure. Someone watching from Minnesota, we say welcome to you. Yes, the Patois people, then welcome to Uno too.
Big up Shea Price for sure.
Yeah, so big up everybody. We thank you so very much for joining us. As we stand by now for section 1 of 13. So ladies and gentlemen, standing by for the 13th section listed for the 100 meters for men. So section 1 of 13.
Yes, HP Track says blessings from Florida. Jay, thanks for the coverage, my friend. So JAAA, HP Chat Track says to big you up from Florida, all the way from Florida. So yes, keep the comments coming in, ladies and gentlemen. See, Nigeria is in the house, Canada, United States of America. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Yes, Ashley, Olympian Ashley Felix Williams. Yes, it's the same Swift. You are there from Serbia, so guys, we have an Olympian on the chat there.
Delano Kennedy, Optimum Performance Track Club. People there, so we big up every single one.
Good running so far with a standout. Jamal Francis running out of lane 7 as he advances went on the outside. And Bobel McPherson of Racers Track is doing some work too. So Force Francis is silver medalist and many accolades in his belt. Doing some diligent running. So too is Henry of Eagles as they look to even out. Coming home, the person of Racers further in. The gentleman running on to 4, the Delano Kennedy of Optimum. Optimally initiation hand. 46.10, that is unofficial time. Francis gets 46.83. McPherson third, 46.86, wrapping up section 1.
So Kennedy of Optimum there, Delano Kennedy of Optimum taking that section 1. Standing by now for section 2 of 13, listed athletes are Romero Nation, GC Foster College, lane 1. Lane 2, Antonio Hansen, unattached. In lane 3, Emil Gordon, UTEC. Lane 4, Akani Slater, GC Foster College. In lane 5, Shamar Chambers, Optimum Performance Track Club. Lane 6, Mario Burge, Cornwall College. Lane 7, Andrew Williams, Excelsior Community College. And in lane 8, Siobhan Wardlow, UTEC. You may proceed with that announcement now. Please proceed with the announcement. Thank you so very much as we head back to the track. This one already well off and going. The gentleman running out of lane 7 looking pretty good. That's Williams of XZ Come See. But further in, lane 3 is hot. Emil Gordon of UTEC pulls away distinctly from the rest. Chasing him is Slater of GC Foster College. But there's no catching Emil Gordon of UTEC. 47.13 seconds. That's how he stops the clock. Let's see what's confirmed. 47.11 for Emil Gordon of UTEC. Akani Slater, GC Foster College, 47.72. And Shamar Chambers, Optimum Performance Track Club, 48.09. All right, so decent running for that one there. Section 2 of 13. Section 3 is coming up. So we're standing by now for the start of Section 3. So listed athletes for Section 3. In lane 2, Shaq Shand of GC Foster College. Lane 3 has Kemar Davis, Dynamic Speed Track Club. In lane 4, Javier Brown, unattached. Lane 5, Wendell Miller, MVP Track and Field Club. Lane 6, Tariq Dakers, Yui Mona. Lane 7, Jaheim White, Eagles Track Club. And in lane 8, Leroy Gallimore, GC Foster College. So the athletes on their mark. And of course, I think Janoy maybe wants to fill lane 1. Maybe in a past life. But we're standing by for section 3 of 13, which means we'll have 10 thereafter. Athletes on their mark, only 7 facing the starter for this one. Shand, Davis, Brown, Miller, Dakers, White, Gallimore, those listed athletes as we stand by for the start. Finally sent about their business there. Shand, Davis, Brown, Miller, Dakers, White, and Gallimore. Fairly even start. Looking to pull away, however, that gentleman representing Yui Mona, that's Dakers, running out of 6. Advancing well also, that looks like Miller of MVP. Doing well too, that's Davis of Dynamic. As they run that curb, gentleman from GC Foster, that looks like Shan being left behind, but Dynamic running from Davis. And Brown running unattached. So Javier Brown with the distinct lead at the moment, and there's no catching him. The gentleman right beside him, that's Miller of MVP trying to catch up in 5. But lane 4 is hot on the money. Javier Brown running unattached, 46.43. That's the time confirmed for Brown. Miller gets 47.86. Dakers gets 48.25. Section 3 done and dusted. 10 more to go.
So final in there from the former Jamaica College man, that's a Javier Brown.
Any thoughts on the next section, Janoy? So we have, once again, 8 facing the starter. Let's give our viewers an opportunity to see who's in the lineup.
So in lane 1, we should have Daniel Yazid of UTEC Jamaica. In lane 2, Jamani Smith, unattached. In lane 3, Najee Mikiel, also from UTEC. In 4, we should have Omali Harry, GC Foster College. In 5, Michael Sharp, unattached. In lane 6, Odane Crooks, New Era Track Club. In lane 7, Denzel Carter, the Eagles Track Club. And in lane 8, Daniel Henry, UTEC.
In fact, a number of those lanes empty, Janoy, so only 4 to face the starter for this one. Athletes are on their marks under the starter's instructions, so we stand by for that. Section 4 of 13 now, so only 4 facing the starter for this one. So only 4 face the starter for this section 4 of 13. Good running so far by Omali Harry of GC Foster College, running out of 4. Also in this one is Najee McKeel of UTEC, Jamani Smith unattached, and Yazid Daniel of UTEC. So Harry, the one to be caught with just about 200 meters remaining. Can he find some more speed to keep ahead of the rest as Mikkel of UTEC, Najee running out of lane 3, is certainly advancing well on his heels as they even out. Najee McKeel of UTEC now with the lead. Will he stave off the challenge from Harry? Daniel of UTEC also trying to make his way up, but holding them off is Najee McKeel of UTEC, 48.42, rounded up to 48.44. McKeel of UTEC taking that one ahead of Harry, 49.22. And third goes to Daniel, 49.82. So section 5 coming up next. So that was section 4, section 5 coming up shortly, Janoy. Lamont White.
Ratio Walters of Titchfield High School in 2. Tyler Ferguson unattached in 3. In lane 4, that should be Hashim Daniel of GC Foster College. In lane 5, Adriano Smith, MVP Track Club. Lane 6 is empty. In 7, that should be Deron Richards of Knox College. And in 8, Miguel Spence of UTEC Jamaica. So 6 athletes are scheduled to go here.
So the athletes have been instructed to be on their marks. So we stand by for this section 5 of 13. They're in the set position. Sent about their business there. Fairly even start for these gentlemen, White, Walters, Daniel, Smith, Richards, and Spence. Hot on the inside, that looks like Hashim Daniel of GC Foster College. Also doing well is Adriano Smith of MVP Track. So still closing in, Hashim Daniel of GC Foster College. Trying to pull away from Smith of MVP. This one might be a battle towards the finish line as Smith of MVP is staving off the challenge from Daniel. Smith being beaten by Daniel. Will he hold him off? And so he does. TC Foster College in the house. Hashim Daniel. So Hashim Daniel of GC Foster College, 49.13. Adriano Smith, MVP, 49.26. Miguel Spence in fourth for UTEC, 50.42. In third, however, is Darren Richards at Knox College, 50.29. Section 6 finally sent about their business. Only 4 face the starter for this one, with Kenyon, Parker, Webster, and Rochester. That looks like Tajay Parker running unattached, being chased by Webster. So as they run that curb, going at a canter, the gentleman running out of lane 4, Tajay Parker. Chasing him is Siobhan Kenyon of HSJ Track Club. And certainly that's a chase that if this race were any longer, it might have borne some fruit. But as it is now, Parker gets the win ahead of Kenyon. 50.30, that's the flash time.
Parker there, 50.32 with Kenyon 50.82. The top two there with Webster 54.06.
And I mean, we have 2,700 viewers online. We want to say a special welcome, especially for those who've been with us from it was bright and sunny at about 4 p.m. here at the National Stadium. But right now, the National Stadium lights are on. And that's an indicator that we're probably brewing up for some even more exciting things later on, Janoy.
Yes, indeed. We can only hope. We can only hope based on what we're seeing here. But one thing for sure, I believe we are definitely on track, on time, because I'm seeing it's 19 past the hour.
19 past the hour for a meet that was slated to run from 4 to 6. Nonetheless, let's go. But of course, for those of you just joining us, my name is Javon Key. So happy to be here with the swift gentleman himself.
Swift by nature, swift by time for sure.
Allegedly, Janoy Stewart. We're so happy to be here on the famous JAAA Sport channel as we stand by for section 7 of 13 in the 400 meters for men. 3 athletes face the starter and they're under his instruction. Finally sent about their business there, section 7. With Biggs. That looks like Whitehorn and Core. So that looks like Evaldo Whitehorn of Supreme Athletic Track Club. Again, only 3 face the starter for this section 7 of 13. So Evaldo Whitehorn of Supreme Athletic Track Club makes his way to the finish line almost by himself. A few meters behind, that's Core, Javine Core, running unattached. But 51.72, that's the flash time. Rounded to 51.76 for Supreme Athletic Track Club's Evaldo Whitehorn.
Former Calabar athlete, you'd have remembered him at Champs, Mr. Keys.
Absolutely, standout in his own right, representing Supreme Athletic Track Club. So standing by now for section 7 of 13. Section 7 of 13. That was rather, we're standing by for section 8. And you can tell our viewers who we're expecting in this one.
So I'm not seeing lane 1, so we begin at lane 2. So that should be Joshua Pine of the Eagles Track Club in 2. Lane 3, that should be Shamario Robinson, Petersfield High. I'm not seeing an athlete in lane 4. So in lane 5, that's a Jermaine Swaby of Tishfield High. In lane 6, that's Tian Thelwell of Petersfield High. In lane 7, that's Romaldo Wilson, unattached. And in lane 8, that's Tyreek Robinson, also unattached. So 6 athletes there to go for this section, section 8 of 13. We're coming down, we're coming down.
Well, section 9 will follow thereafter. Athletes are on their marks. Section 8 sent about their business with Payne, Robinson, Swaby, Thelwell, Wilson, and Robinson. Thelwell of Petersfield doing some diligent running. Also doing well is Robinson on the outside. Fogar Roads. Pine, that's Joshua, is doing some diligent running also. In fact, he has a slight advantage coming into the straightaway. On the outside, however, he's being challenged by Tyreek Robinson. Robinson, Pine, Robinson, Pine. Robinson on the outside takes this one. A dip at the finish line for Joshua.
Wasn't that Robinson? No. Yeah, yeah. It was Robinson. Right.
So I mean, what came up on the board had Wilson, but based on our lane assignments here, that should be Robinson, who's on the outermost lane. So I mean, it happens from time to time. They'll adjust that in the final set of result tabulations. We're standing by now for section 9.
3 athletes should be running for Section 9. So that's Deshaun Daly of Cumberland High School. We should have Kevoy Taylor unattached and Patrick Tomlinson also unattached.
In lane 1, lane 2, Kevoy Taylor unattached. Lane 3, Ricardo Chambers of Titchfield. As I look to the other Ricardo Chambers seated close by. Patrick Tomlinson unattached. In lane 4, Nazir McMorris, Legacy Athletics. In 5, Raheem Campbell unattached in 6. Nikan Morrison Knox in 7, and Ricardo Reeves of Supreme Athletics in 8.
First call presents one of the leaders. First call presents one of the leaders. Athletes that are warming up on the field. Athletes that are warming up on the field. Please remember you have to warm up at Stadium East.
All right, so section 9 of 13 is now sent on their marks under the starter's instruction. 8 now facing the starter. The first full field section we're seeing for this 400 meters, and we're making some steady progress, Janoy. Section 9 of 13, that's 1-3. So full field action, 8 facing the starter. And they're off. Sent about their business there, section 9. Good movements there by, that looks like Campbell running unattached in 6. Also closing in, Matt Morris of Legacy Athletics Juniors. Doing some diligent running also on the inside. Deshaun Daly of Cumberland as they approach the 200 meters mark. Matt Morris of Legacy. Closing in also is Daly of Cumberland. Deshaun Daly of Cumberland High running out of lane 1, trying to secure the number 1 spot in this section. Raheem Campbell running unattached, running out of lane 6, also making some ground. Will he be able to catch the gentleman? Deshaun Daly of Cumberland. Cumberland reigns supreme in this one, 49.52. Rounded up to 49.54 for Deshaun Daly of Cumberland High. Raheem Campbell running unattached, 50.54. Nikan Morrison and Knox coming up there with 52.14. Wrapping up section 9. Section 10 coming your way. Finally sent away there, that section at 10. Needham, Webb, Chambers. Smithster of MVP Track Club. Advancing diligently with the rest, including Tyrone Williams of Huey Mona, Errol Gale of STK Track running out of 5. Will have to catch up, but Simister, Roshane Simister of MVP Track Club. Bold spikes, bold hair, and bold finish. Thank you so very much. So Simister of MVP 47.86 round of STK Athletics 62.80 and Needham of Eagles Track Club 52.80. As we heard some fanfare there, the long jump kid competitive 43 on his third attempt, but that's a foul. So we're standing by now for section 11. Sorry, we're standing by for section 11, and we're only seeing 2 athletes facing the, well, 3 athletes facing the starter for this one. Who are they, Janoi?
So I'm seeing Roshane Davis, unattached. I'm seeing Brian Lewis, St. Andrew Technical High School, and in lane 8, that should be Ricardo Ricketts, also unattached.
Finally sent away there with only 3 facing the starter. Davis, Ricketts on the outside, along with Lewis, Stats Track Team. So Jamard Thomas running unattached, diligently pacing to secure a spot at the very top on the outside. Ricketts, that's Ricardo Ricketts, running unattached also right there with him, but as they look to come into the straightaway, that even net is being broken. So in fact, that's Roshane Davis running unattached in lane 3. On the outside, Ricketts unattached as well will settle for second. But lane 3 with Roshane Davis, 51.55, that's the unofficial time for him. .54 seconds for Ricardo Ricketts, and O'Brien Lewis 56.45. So standing by now for section 12, the penultimate, 12 of 13. So standing by now for section 12 of 13 in this 400 meters. Gunn sends them clean away there, the penultimate section of the 400 meters. Six face the starter in this one. Fairly even movements for them. That looks like Morgan running unattached, trying to pull away from the rest. Also on the inside, Clark of Supreme Track Club. Clearly a number of fans in the stands for these athletes. So as they advance, Huntley, Ricketts, Clark, Bailey, Morgan, Murray. The listed athletes on the inside, Ricketts of Eagles Track Club, looking pretty good. Also there as well, that looks like Bailey of Knox College. We saw him earlier. Bailey running out of lane 5, staving off the challenge from Ricketts of Eagles Track Club. That's actually lane 6. Morgan running unattached, 50.67. Toggling both lanes there, but that looks like Morgan, Dejour Morgan, and it seems to be confirmed for him. So 50.70 for Dejour Morgan. Ricketts gets second. As we stand by now for the final section. Clearly some fans in the stands here. So Morgan 50.70, Ricketts 51.28, Clark 51.80. Final section coming your way. So section 13 of 13 as the gentleman craves your support at the long jump. So as we now anticipate the final section of the 400 meters, that's going to make way for the remaining sprints to wrap things up here in the first all-comers meet right here at National Stadium, as the athletes are now on their marks under the starter's instruction for the final section of the 400 meters. So lanes 3, 5, and 6 empty, as we now stand by for the remaining sections, which is the 100 meters. Sent about their business there. Finally, the final section for the 400 meters. Good running on the outside by Morris of UTEC. Also there as well is Gray running unattached. Further in, clad in red and white, Archie Rose of Mona is also advancing pretty well. But eyes again on the gentleman from UTEC, Matthew Morris, running out of lane 7. As they run that curb, looking to even out nicely. Archie rolls in nicely towards the very top of the field. Will he be able to take that top position? He does so successfully. So Archie rolling in nicely towards the finish. 50 meters or so to go. The UTEC challenge is on, and Archie rolls nicely towards the finish line, ahead of the rest. The light shining from the west, Archie Rose of Mona, 49.34. Matthew Morris, call themselves the birthplace of champions, UTEC, 51.66. Michael Napier, STK Athletics, 52.19. Wrapping up the 400 meters and making way for the exciting 100 meters. We'll begin with the women. The show will wrap with the gentlemen. We have 7 listed sections.
So 7 sections here scheduled for the women's 100 meters. A showpiece event indeed. Based on what I'm seeing here, in Heat 1 we should have Ariana Brown of Spot Valley in lane 3. In lane 4 we should have Kaniga Powell of UTEC. In lane 5 we should have Akila Hutchinson, also from UTEC. And in lane 6 that should be Naya Hamilton of American International School. So that should be the first section of 7 for the women's 100 meters. As we await action on the track, I just want to big up all of the persons on the chat here. I'm seeing Ranil Kelly 8801, Alan Jackson 202, Tech Gaming 441. So we're there. Toriano Best as well. So we just want to big up all our listeners there. As we look and we await the 100 meters. All right, so the 100 meters actually, it was a schedule for 7:40, so 1F Life, I believe it's gonna be started maybe in the next 6 minutes or so. But it was scheduled for 7:40 p.m. That's a J Ken 266 says Happy Mother's Day from Australia. For sure, all the mothers out there in Australia, we want to send a happy Mother's Day to you. All right, so based on what I have before me in terms of Heat 1 of 7, I'm seeing 4 athletes scheduled here. We should have Ariana Brown in 3. In 4, we should have Kanika Powell. In 5, we should have Akila Hutchinson. And in 6, we should have Nea Hamilton from American International School. Also reminding you that you can get all of the action from today in terms of the times from fortistiming.co. So that's fortistiming.co, whether it's on Android, whether it's on iPhone. Fortistiming.co is where to go.
Sounds like you're on a rhyme there, Mr. Swift.
You know what they say, I rhyme anytime.
A rhyme in time. No, please tell us more about that one, because I've never heard it. But you know, ladies and gentlemen, we really, really appreciate you sticking around with us. All 3,000 plus of you, we are so happy, especially for those of you who stayed with us from the very start, once the sun was out here in the National Stadium at Kingston, Jamaica. And some of you joining us from all over the world. If this is your first time on the stream, I almost said screen or scream. But if it's your first time on the stream, we want to say ensure that you go ahead and like, share, and subscribe, because we want you to stick around for all the action.
So back to the live stream.
Of course, somebody said the 100 meter just started. It not start yet. What's that? Damar
Anderson.
Damar, it not start yet, man. It's soon start. And Genoa will take you through those along with Damone Dunkley. But I have to take my leave shortly. But I do want to remind you that you cannot miss the action here, because the 100 meters is likely going to have some exciting names, we hope. Based on what's in the lineup right now, we're expecting a couple names to show up. But as the thing with all comers meet, their names will be lined up on the roll call, but will they present? That's always the question. Someone is asking Puma not sponsoring. Puma isn't sponsoring this stream, but Puma and the J3s are in tight partnership, which is why you'll see the J3s signed beside Puma. Puma International, yes, not Puma as we always say, but Puma is the preferred pronunciation of the entity. You're going to bed now. It's almost 2 in the UK. And thank you so much, Rose, for being here. We appreciate that. We appreciate you being here. Yes, the race should have started already, but that is the challenge sometimes, you know, athletes not presenting in time, but we are standing by to, you know, have the rest of the meet going. But we again say we really appreciate you so very much.
Ashley says, I'm a bedtime in Serbia for real. Okay, Miss Olympian. bedtime there in Serbia.
So Clayton Twins are set to open, but are they in the lineup down there? That's yet to be seen. We're on standby to see actually presents themselves. But we're looking forward to seeing more excitement. Of course, now is the time. If you have not yet done so, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Ensure that you also go ahead and share, like, tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to ensure that they keep abreast. And remember, this is just week 1, Janoy.
Yes. Can't wait for the other weeks to come. You know, I know a lot of the athletes who went to the World Days probably wouldn't have, you know, shown here, but probably the weeks to come we might see some bigger names, because I know people in the chat, they're asking about the bigger name athletes. So just stay tuned. Make sure you have your post notifs turned on. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you have everything JAAA Sports. We will be there.
And that's usually the case with the all-comers. As you get later in the season, you see more and more names presenting. And some of those names include Sharika Jackson. We are also anticipating the Clayton twins. They're slated to compete. So we're looking forward to seeing whether or not they actually present themselves. But if not, it's still going to be an exciting lineup.
Yeah, for sure. I think Johnny Smith should be there as well based on the lineup that I saw. But, you know, we will await for the confirmation for sure to see if the athletes are indeed here.
So we're standing by to see if they actually present themselves.
Yes, Yan MCK Sam 5472 for sure. Let's get the likes up. 3,000 watching and only 500 plus likes. Yes, for sure. Yeah, get the likes up, people. We need the likes. We need the likes. We need the likes. We need all of that to wrap it right up, ramp it right
I
up.
know, ladies and gentlemen, who you'll also like as well is the gentleman who's another voice you're going to be hearing for the rest of the stream. This man goes by the name Damon Dunkley. He's always talking about birds, which are not actually birds, funny enough. But a former St. Elizabeth technical athlete, well, so him say, I never see him run nowhere yet. And could even run up the stairs a while ago here at the National Stadium. But he's going to be taking us through some of the races along with Janoy. So I am going to take my leave because, you know, such is life and time calls. But it has been my absolute pleasure being one of the voices you're hearing throughout the meet, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Javon Keys. It's been my absolute pleasure. So Damon Dunkley and Janoy Stewart. I almost said Janoy Swift, but it's Janoy Stewart. We call him Swift. That's his alias. He's going to be taking you, they both will take you through the rest of the commentary. But until whenever next you hear me, big up on yourself. Hasta la próxima vez. Like up the stream, share it, and tell a friend. So handing over to the Grays. So Dunkley, words.
Thank you so much, Javon Keys, and thank you guys. Welcome, welcome. It's the women 100 meters. They're coming up next on track. And I know my great friend Janoy will take you through that lineup shortly.
And this is the first section of 7. And here's the lane assignment. In lane number 1, we have Nicola Hart, Papine. Lane 2, Tuana Marston, Knox College. Lane 3, Ariana Brown, Spot Valley. Lane 4, Kaniga Powell, UTEC. Lane 5, Akeelia Hutchinson, UTEC. Lane 6, Nia Hamilton, American International. Lane 7, Amona Morris, Spot Valley. And on the outside, that's Tony and Foster, Holy Childhood. Clearly away they go now for section 1 of 7. Already stepping up from the inside is Paul from UTEC. Also flying is Powell, and Brown is going to be Brown from Spot Valley ahead of Powell from UTEC. 12.10 the flash time. Wind reading positive 1.2 meters per second. And that looks to be Marston, 12.10 the winning time, ahead of Powell of UTEC, 12.36 seconds, and Ariana Brown from Spot Valley, 12.67, heat 1 of 7.
So that was indeed Tawina Marston of Knox, 12.10, Kaniga Powell, 12.36, Ariana Brown, the top three there from Spot Valley as well. Up next on the track, we should have Heat 2 of 6. In lane 1, we should have Rihanna Johnson of St. Elizabeth Technical High School. In lane 2, that's Nashika Jeffrey. In lane 3, Janila Singh.
Section 2
in
is
lane
up
4,
next. In 1,
Shane
we have
Bennett.
Rihanna Johnson, St. Elizabeth Tech. Lane 2, Nashika Jeffrey, Papine High. Lane 3, Janila Singh, Holy Childhood. Lane 4, Chennai Bennett, Unattached. Lane 5, Karika Nish, Spot Valley. And lane 7, Yashika Bean, Papine. And on the outside, Nadia Almarsi, American International. That's the lineup for heat number 2 of 7. Break at the start.
Just to give you that rundown there, that's Rihanna Johnson, Jeffrey Singh, Bennett, Nish Bean, and Al-Mazri for heat 2 of 7 of the women's 100 meters.
So it's Johnson, Jeffrey, Singh, Bennett, Nish, Bean, Al-Masri. So that's Johnson from St. Elizabeth Tech, who was charged with a false start there. So Johnson is out. So we're down to 6 competitors. And the gun has sent them away for heat number 2. Already pressing is Nish from Spot Valley. Also on the outside is Al-Marsri, but it's Spot Valley Nish who gets it done. Oh, it's Bennett. Unattached, that's 12.42. Positive 1.1 meters per second the wind speed. And that's Bean from Papine with second, 13.03. And Janila Singh from Holy Childhood, 13.09 seconds for third. Just 5 to face the starter. Already pressing from lane number 7. Looks to be Chatfield of Elite Track Club. And it's Chatfield who gets it done. 11.93 seconds. 11.92 the confirmed winning time. Positive 0.7 meters per second the wind speed. So that was actually Sutherland of American International who got that one. Ahead of Shanique Roberts of Motorcade, 12.46 seconds. And Rihanna Laws, 12.83, Holy Childhood for third.
All right, so that was actually heat number 3 and not 4. So heat number 4 is actually coming up next.
Here they come now for heat number 5. Stepping on the outside. Bryce from Pepin. Close finish there. Looks to be Johnson from Unattached who gets that one. 12.32 seconds. The flash time. .34 for Johnson. It's Bryce from Pepin, 12.32 with the win, ahead of Leon Johnson. Positive 0.6 meters per second for the wind speed. So it's Johnson. It's confirmed, unattached for the win, 12.32 seconds.
So that was section, what, 4? So it's section 5 of 6.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going based on the start list that we have before us, and based on what we're seeing on the track. Slightly different lineup from what we have before us.
Here they come now for section 6. Looks to be TNLE Terlang. It's TNLE Terlang. 11.26 seconds for TNLE Terlang of Optimum Performance Track Club. Positive 0.4 meters per second the wind speed. Taking second is Tritania Low, GC Foster, 11.44 seconds, and Drew Levy running on attach, 11.60 seconds for third. This one should be exciting. We have the likes of Tia Clayton, Tina Clayton, Akira Nugent, Sharika Jackson, and Janelle Smith. In lane number 1, Kishana Niles, UTEC. Shaniko Bascombe will be running from, lane number 2. And Tia Clayton, the Olympic finalist, the 4x100 meter world relay silver medalist, world championship silver medalist rather, and the mixed relay 4x1 record holder. In 4 will be Akira Nugent. Oh, well,
Alright, so a lot of you are wondering, because we said it should be 6 of 6, but based on what we have before us, it's showing heat 7, right? But I'm assuming there was some mix-up, so just to ease, a little confusion there. But over to the moon.
And they're gonna send them away. Tia Clayton gets up very well. So too Tina Clayton. It's the Clayton twins. Will it be Tia? Will it be Tina? Ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be Tia Clayton. 10.90. 10.90 the flash time. Tia Clayton ahead of Tina Clayton. 10.91 seconds the confirmed time. Positive 0.3 seconds to win reading. And a 10.98 for Tia Clayton. Tina Clayton, her twin sister, for second. Positive 0.3 meters per second the wind speed. And Janelle Smith, 11.0 seconds for third. 11.06 rather for third.
So some fine running there from the Clayton twins, as well as Janelle Smith. Some fine running there indeed for our athletes. So up next on the track, we should have the men's equivalent. We await the start list. So it was mentioned that Sharika Jackson was in the lineup, but that was indeed a no-show there. So
the men are on track now for heat number 1.
yes, so Hannah, yes, she didn't start.
So heat number 1 of 17 in the men 100 meters are on track. And they're off for section 1. already is Williams of UTEC. On the inside is Williams of MVP as well, but it's Williams of UTEC who gets the win. 10.37 the flash time. Williams of UTEC with that win. Negative 0.6 meters per second the wind speed. 10.38 for Williams of UTEC, ahead of Williams of MVP. That's Mario Williams, 10.57 seconds. And Robin Jones, St. Elizabeth Technical, was third, 11.38 seconds.
Also, we just want to remind you that you can get all of today's action from a Fortis Timing. So that's a fortistiming.co. So whether it's an Android, whether it's an iPhone, fortistiming.co is where to be. Also, we just want to big up JAAA Sports. So wherever you are watching, wherever you are in the world, from near and far, JAAA Sports is where to go. Make sure you like, subscribe, share, you know, all the things.
Section 2 is up next. In 1 is Javon Pinnock, New Era Track Club. Lane 2, Dwight Bonner, Papine High. Lane 3, Shakur Lewis, Jamaica College. Lane 4, Justin Erskine, Unattached. Lane 5, Antonio Powell Racers Track Club. And lane 6, Daniel Ebanks, Unattached. Lane 7, Keon Benjamin Racers. And in lane number 8, Riquelme Reed, Cornwall College. Only 5 to face a starter for this one. So it's Pinnock, Bonner, Lewis, Powell, and Ebanks. Section 2 of 17. Also happening in the infield is the women's long jump.
So I think they're actually getting ready now for heat number 2 of 17 in the men's 100 meters. Athletes are getting their strides out and active for this men's 100 meters. Now they're actually heading into their blocks, actually.
Cleanly away they go for section 2. Flying on the outside is Benjamin from Racers. It's Benjamin from Racers, and also on the inside is Pinnock from New Era, but it's Benjamin from Racers, 10.72. The flash time. Benjamin ahead of Powell and the Banks. So it's 10.70 for Benjamin, negative 0.3 meters per second the wind speed. And Powell for second, 10.88. And Pinnock would have to settle for third, 11.02 seconds. He too of 17 in the men's 100 meters. Section 3 is coming up. Here they come now for section 3. Michael Sharp on the outside is flying. Also on the inside is Pinto from Unattached. And it's Pinto. No, it's Griffith, 10.44 seconds. The flash time, 10.43, negative 0.8 meters per second the wind speed. And it's Michael Sharp for second, 10.71 seconds. So Griffith with the win, 10.43 seconds. That's Lawrence Meeks running unattached, 11.11 for third.
So section 4 is coming up next.
So section 4 of 17 on the track, we should have Pottinger, Levy, Gordon, Henry, Lindo, Carter, Smith, and Brian.
Here they come now for section 4. Carter, stepping from the Eagles. Also on the inside is Levy, and it's Carter from the Eagles. Fogo Road at 10.90, the flash time. 10.92, the confirmed time for Carter. Positive 1.1 meters per second, the wind speed. Levy, 11.03 seconds for second. And Pottinger, that's Jaden Pottinger, 11.24 seconds for third.
The Eagles definitely soaring there, flying high. That's a Denzel Carter, 10.92 seconds.
So section 5 is coming up. In lane number 1 is Nicholas Harvey, New Era Track Club. Lane 2, Markland McCarthy, Optimum. Lane 3, Balfour Thomas, SDK. Lane 4, Jordan Reed, Unattached. And in lane number 5, there's no lane 5, and on the outside, that looks to be Joel Bryan, MVP. So 5 to face the starter in this 5th of 17 heats. Cleanly away they go for this one. It's Brian on the outside, who's already pressing from lane number 7. Also flying on the inside is Thomas. It's going to be Brian who gets it done. 10.98 the flash time. 10.98 the confirmed time for Brian. Positive 0.5 meters per second the wind speed. And it's Thomas of SDK for second, 11.07 seconds. Reed for third, 11.30 seconds. MVP's Joel Bryan for that win.
So up next on the track, we should have heat 6. So that's heat 6 of 17. The athletes there making their way back. So the lineup that I have before me, in lane 1 I have Romario Franklin. In 2 I have Mark Phillips. In 3 I have Peku. In 4 Moore. In 5 Blair. 6 Sterling. 7 Allen. And in lane 8 former St. Catherine High standout, that should be Ashani Smith, who should be in lane 8.
A break at the start for heat number 6. 7 facing the starter for this one. Romario Franklin unattached. Dave Moore unattached. Nicholas Blair, Bethlehem Moravian. Kimar Sterling unattached. Mark Daniel Annell, Wilmer's Boys. And on the outside is Shawnee Smith, Dynamic Speed. So a green card for the field. Clean break at the start. Already flying on the outside. Looks to be Smith of Dynamic. Also pressing on the inside is Moore, but it's Smith of Dynamic who gets that one. 10.46 seconds the flash time. 10.49 the confirmed time for Smith. Negative 0.1 meters per second the wind speed. And it's Jamaica Pico for second, 10.96, and Nicholas Blair from Bethlehem, 11.03 for third.
So up next on the track, we should have heat 7 of 17. We're slowly winding down, slowly winding down. So in lane 1, we should have Tyron Brown from Pupine High. In lane 2, we should have Peter Walker unattached. In 3, that's Zeniel Ferron, MVP Track and Field Club. In lane 4, we should have Jamar Huntley unattached. In 5, Johan Ogilvy from Dynamic Speed Track Club. In lane 6, Dinesh Main of Races Track Club. In 7, I'm not sure if lane 7 is there, but here is listed as Bawaji and Krumi. And in lane 8, we should have Tishon Seeley. Well, 6 athletes actually there, so lane 7 and lane 8 are no show.
So 6 athletes facing the starter. And the gun has sent them away for section 7. Great start from Ferron of MVP. Also there is Huntley of unattached, and it's Ferron of MVP, 10.78 seconds. .78 seconds for Ferron of MVP. 10.79. The confirmed time, a positive 0.0 meters per second, the wind speed. And that's Johan Ogilvy, 11.02 for second, and Peter Walker, 11.39 for third. So section 8 is coming up next. And in lane number 1, Kajmar Brown, Spot Valley. Lane 2, Michael Napier, STK. Lane 3, Taj Parker, running unattached. Lane 4, Lorenzo Hosang, Cornwall. In lane 5, Alexander Pusey, Kingston College. In lane 6, Lamar Vassell, Papine. In lane 7, Dante Watson, Jamaica College. And in lane number 8, Mario Birch, Cornwall College. Section 8 of 17.
So lane number 3 and lane number 4 is actually missing. So 6 to face the starter for this one.
Off they go. Flying on the outside is Watson from Jamaica College. Also there is Birch from Cornwall College, and it's Watson from Jamaica College. Eases across the line, 10.80. Ahead of Birch of Cornwall College. 10.80 for Watson, positive 0.6 meters per second. The wind speed for Watson, ahead of Mario Birch, 10.87 from Cornwall, and Michael Napier, SDK, 11.50 for third. So that was section 8, and we're getting ready for section 9.
So section 9 of 17, we're halfway there. So in lane 1, based on what I have before me, we have, that should be Giamani Griffiths unattached. In 2, we should have Frank Watson of Papine High. In lane 3, we should have Marquis Zephyrin unattached. In 4, Michael Redhead. In 5, Jermaine Moore. In lane 6, Yanku Yip. In lane 7, Raven Black. And in lane 8, we should have Delroy Hall also unattached. Section 9 of 17.
And they're set. Break at the start. So 7 to face a starter in this one. Jamani Griffiths running unattached. In lane 2 would be Frank Watson Papine. Lane 3, Marquis Zephyrin running unattached. Lane 4, Michael Redhead, Bethlehem Moravian. Lane 5, Jermaine Moore. In lane 6, Yanku Yip running unattached. In lane 7, Raven Black running unattached. And on the outside is Delroy Hall running unattached. So a green card.
Athletes are now sent to their marks. Heat number 9 of 17.
Another break. So it's section 9 of 17. And that's a red card being shown to Raven Black. So we are down to 6 competitors. Clean break this time. Flying on the outside, looks to be Hall. Also stepping on the inside is Zephyrin. 10.90 second. The flush time. And it's Zephyrin. Positive 0.3 meters per second the wind speed. And it's Zephyrin 10.90 the confirmed time. Ahead of Mikhail Redhead 11.10 from Bethlehem, Moravian. And Hall, Delroy Hall 11.15. So that was section 9. As we await the starting of section number 10.
Yeah, so we're here at a section 10, so we're coming right down. We're halfway there. Section 10 of 17 of the men's 100 meters. So section 10, looking here on the stream, I see a lot of talking going on. You know, see Tasha Beauty, see Nowadays 994. Just want to big up all of our supporters who are tuned in online to JAAA Sports. Remember, like, share, subscribe to JAAA Sports wherever you are in the world. Section 10 on track. Over to you, Damoon.
Here they come now for section 10. Flying on the outside. Looks to be Wallace, but also stepping on the inside from Uimona is Stevenson. And it's Stevenson from Uimona, 10.62 seconds. The flash time. It's Stevenson, 10.62 seconds. Positive 0.3 meters per second, the wind speed. Wallace came through for second, 10.89. And that's Romaria Hines of Optimum, 10.89 also. Came through for third. Section 10 of 17. So section 11 is on track. In 1 we have Anthony Rochester Titchfield. In 2, Jonathan Houston, MVP. Lane 3, Kimani Sterling, Racers. Lane 4, Samuel Smith, MVP. Lane 5, Tariq Robinson, Unattached. Lane 6, Jaquan Wedderburn, GC Foster. In lane 7, Zachary Davis, running unattached. And in lane number 8, Jaheim Watson, GC Foster College.
So there is no Tariq Robinson. Should be in lane number 5.
Break at the start, and that was a quick jump from the man Anthony Rochester of Titchfield in lane number 1.
So the man from Titchfield might be in some trouble right now.
Certainly, based on what I'm seeing by my naked eyes.
And it's a red card for Rochester of Titchfield. Cleanly away they go for section 11. Stepping on the outside from GC Foster College. Looks to be Jaheim Watson. And it's Jaheim Watson. 10.40. It's Jaheim Watson 10.42. The confirmed time and positive 0.5 meters per second the wind speed. Jaquan Wedderburn of GC Foster also, his teammate, 10.61 came through for second. And Jonathan Houston, 10.73, MVP for third.
I'm seeing 2,989 viewers. Just want to say a special thank you to all the viewers here with us. And a very special thank you for those who would have been here from the beginning. So just want to big up all our viewers. You know, stay tuned. This is the first of many all-comers meet, so you can just stay tuned, turn on the post notifs for JAAA Sports. I'm seeing over 3,000 viewers actually, so a special thank you to everyone near and far for making it JAAA Sports.
So on track now is heat number 12. And here's your lane assignment. In 1, Tyler Ferguson, unattached. Lane 2, Romario Gibson, New Era. Lane 3, McCoy Curtis, Dynamic. Lane 4, Romal Sewell, MVP. Lane 5, Joel Facey, New Era. Lane 6, Amari Mari, GC Foster. Lane 7, Noel Wright, HSJ Track Club. And in lane number 8, Jamard Thomas, running unattached. And the gun has sent them away for heat number 12. Stepping is Right of HSJ. Also flying is Mary. It's going to be Right. No, Mary of GC Foster should say 10.81 seconds. So 10.79 seconds for Mary of GC Foster. And that's positive 1.3 meters per second the wind speed. Romal Sewell, 10.82, came through for second MVP. And it's Noel Wright of HSJ, 10.90 for third.
So that was heat number 12, and now we're on to heat number 13.
So ladies and gentlefolks, we are now at heat number 13 of 17. And in one, looks to be Javoni Davis running unattached. Lane 2, Dejon Strawn, UTEC. Lane number 3, Trey Barrett running unattached. Lane 4, Kyle Richards, MVP. Lane 5, Nicoy White running unattached. And in lane number 7, David Tomlinson, GC Foster. In 8, Peter Parchment, also from GC Foster.
Reminding you as well, you can get all of today's action from fortistiming.co. So that's fortistiming.co. Whether it's an Android, whether it's an Apple device, fortistiming.co.
And they're sent off about their business now. Flying on the outside already from GC Foster is Parchment. Flying also on the inside from MVP is Strawn. It's close. Well, it looks to be Davis. 10.61, the flash time. Looks to be Davis. Well, it's actually Kyle Richards from MVP. 10.59 for the win. Positive 0.0 meters per second, the wind speed. Javoni Davis per second, 10.62. And Peter Parchment for third, 10.64.
Slowly making our way down. We're now at heat 14 of 17, so we're almost there. I remember when it was mentioned that there would be 17 sections. The comment section was going crazy saying 17? Yes, and we're almost there. So we're at heat 14. I'm awaiting on the start list. So what I have before me, in lane 1, we should have Kashim Green of MVP. In 2, we should have Clinton Simmons. In 3, Dejoy Russell unattached. In 4, we should have Javon Matherson. In 5, Xavier Nairn. In 6, Taekwondo Tracy. In 7, Rashawn Clark. And in lane 8, we should have Junior Harris. So for all of our viewers who would have been familiar with our boys and girls championships, we would have seen the likes of Matherson, the likes of Nairn, the likes of Clark, and Dejoy Russell. So that's Calabar. That would have been Calabar, Wolmer's, KC, and Camperdown.
So section 14 is on track, and this one should be very quick. In 1 is Kashim Green, MVP. Lane 2, Clinton Simmons, GC Foster. Lane 3, Dejoy Russell, running unattached. Lane 4, Javon Mattison, Racers. Lane 5, Xavier Nairn, Racers. And in lane 6, Taekwondo Tracy, Dynamic. Lane 7, Rashawn Clark. And in lane number 8, Junior Harris. A break at the start. This is section 14. We have a lot of national representatives in this lineup. The likes of Taekwondo Tracy, Rashawn Clark, break at the start, and it looks to be Harris, Junior Harris. Out on the outside lane, lane number 8 is Junior Harris running unattached. Getting out way too early. Awaiting the decision from the officials.
Just want to bring your attention to the discus movements. Please pay attention to the discus movements.
So it's Green, Simmons, Russell, Mattison, Nairn, Tracy, and Clark. 7 to face the starter.
And they're sent off about their business now. Taekwondo Tracy, step in. So too Rashawn Clark. DeJour Russell is also there. It's going to be close. It's going to be DeJour Russell. 10.45 seconds. That one was close. It's Russell, 10.44. Negative 1.1 meters per second, the wind speed for Russell. And in second is Tracy, 10.45. And Rashawn Clark, 10.46 for third. Only 3 100-meter races remaining, as we are now at section number 15. In lane number 1 would be Mario Burke, MVP. In 2, Ramon Barneswell, MVP. In lane number 4, Mazina Barrett running unattached. And in lane number 5, Jace Witter, GC Foster College. Lane 6 will have Javoy Tucker, Titans. And lane 7 is Deshaun Daly, Cumberland High. And on the outside is Romario McIntosh, Dynamic.
So section 15 of 17 is coming up next. And Stuart, what's the lineup? You can give them the lineup for this one.
So we have Burke in lane 1 from MVP Track Club. Barneswell also from MVP. In lane 3 we should have Shamar Horatio. Not seeing lane 4. So lane 5 I'm seeing Jace Witter of GC Foster College. In lane 6, Javoy Tucker of Titans, former Wolmer's Boys School athlete. Not seeing a lane 7, so lane 8, that should be Romario McIntosh of a Dynamic Speed Track Club.
So we are ready for section 15. Cleanly away they go for section 15. Step in is Tucker from Titans. Also the man from Witter from GC Foster. It's going to be Witter from GC Foster with the win. 10.46 seconds the flash time. It's Witter 10.46. Positive 0.2 meters per second the wind speed. And Tucker for second in 10.53 seconds. That's Javoy Tucker of Titans. And Shamar Horatio 10.55 seconds for third.
So that was section 15 of 17. So based on what I have before me, this should be the penultimate heat. So that's heat 16 of 17 of the men's 100 meters. The start list that I have before me, I have Makish Compton of Sprintech in 1. In lane 2, we should have Nasir McMorris of Legacy Athletics Juniors. In lane 3, we should have Jordan Morgan of Dynamic Speed Track Club. In lane 4, Javari Thomas of GC Foster. In lane 5, CJ Green of MVP Track Club. In lane 6, should have Lamar Smith of Kingston Technical High. In lane 7, Daniel Ellis of UTEC. And out there in lane 8, we should have Ainsley McGregor of MVP Track Club.
So it's the penultimate heat of the men's 100 meters. Earlier we have 17 and now we're at heat number 16. So in lane number 1 is Makish Compton, Sprintech. Lane 2 is Mr. Maris Legacy. Lane 3, Jordan Morgan Dynamic. Lane 4, Jabari Thomas, GC Foster. Lane 5, CJ Green, MVP. Lane 6, Lamar Smith, Kingston Technical. In lane 7, Daniel Ellis, UTEC. And in lane number 8, Ainsley McGregor, MVP. Heat number 16 in the men's 100 meters. On their sent off about their business now. Stepping on the outside, looks to be Ellis of UTEC, but flying from GC Foster College is Thomas. Also on the inside is Compton, it's Thomas, 10.24. 10.23 for Thomas. Positive 0.6 meters per second, the wind speed. And it's Thomas from GC Foster College with the win, 10.23, ahead of Ainsley McGregor, 10.42, and CJ Green, 10.45. completes heat number 16. And we're off to the final heat. Heat number 17. So Thomas from GC Foster with a 10.23 seconds is the fastest time we've seen so far this evening. And here's the lineup for heat number 17. In 1, Sachin Dennis, Elite. In 3, Rohan Watson, MVP. Lane 4, Brian Lavelle, Optimum. Lane 5, Gary Card, UTEC. Lane 6, Shakur Williams, Titans. And in lane number 7, Christopher Taylor. And on the outside is Nishan Ebanks, MVP. This one should be quick. Ron Watson, Brian Lavelle, Gary Card, and Sachin Dennis, former high school standout. On their center off about their business now is Brian Lavelle and Rohan Watson. Here is Gary Card, and it's Gary Card, and it's Card, and Card wins it. 10.17 was close for second and third, but it's Gary Card at 10.17 the flash time, 10.20 the confirmed time for Card, and it's a negative 1.5 meters per second the wind speed. Watson for second, 10.29. And Brian Lavelle, 10.34 for third. That's it for the men's 100 meters. What a run we have from the youngster Gary Card of MVP. So the women discuss throw is still in action.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was indeed the final track event out there on show. But if you're interested in the field events that's still going on, you can check everything on fortistiming.co. So all the action from the field or the track, you can actually check out fortistiming.co. We want to thank you for making it JAAA Sports. I know tomorrow is a very special day, so if there are any mothers here, for sure, if there are any mothers here on the stream, I want to send a happy Mother's Day to you tomorrow. You know, just want to big up all the mothers who, you know, would have paved, even some of these athletes today who would have been on show. So, just want to say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, and please stay tuned. We will be here every All Comers Meet, JAAA Sports. Remember, it's a JAAYDUBLOW Sports. So make it JAAA Sports. Like, subscribe, share, stay tuned. And until next time, I am Janoy Swift Stewart, and I have Mr.
Triple D says Damon Dunkley, yes? yes. Have a good evening, guys.